I'm muted. Oh, gee. See, like I said, I'm not awake either. I had a nap. My daughter came over this morning and made me get up early after going to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning. But she came over and she was bringing my grandchild, who I haven't seen in a while, and she was bringing lunch. So it's like, okay, get up. So after she left, I climbed back in bed again. But for what used to be a refuge, climbing into bed really hurts. I mean, the pain is tremendous, and the pain pills just aren't doing anything much. I know they're working, believe me. If I didn't have them, I wouldn't be moving at all. But it's just too much. I only got to see the one. She didn't bring her other two. She said the oldest one, he's 23. He had something to do. The middle one doesn't get out of bed. He's 14. And he doesn't do much of anything except get in trouble. So she brought the baby. So I got the 18-month-old to see, who I don't get to see very often. And he's grown so fast at that age. You know, they change so much when they're little like that. I mean, I can look at the older ones and not see a change because they don't change that fast. But when they're babies like that, they grow so fast. So I got a chance to see my youngest, and he's the youngest. My other daughter has a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old. And this one, my daughter decides to have a baby at 41 years old. God bless her. She's second-guessed that decision a few times, realizing just how difficult it is to have a baby at that age. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm having the one grandchild. Okay, yeah. I haven't got to see them for a while. So, yeah, it was great. I don't see my family. My older daughter comes over here to help me pack every now and then and downsize, but she hasn't been over lately. She did come before she went on vacation. She had to come for that meeting with the assistant living, which we're still waiting to hear from. She was here for that. And so I got to see her for a couple hours that day. She stayed for lunch and we talked a little bit. Well, we need to do more cleaning in here because if they say, okay, you can move, we're going to be rushing around like crazy trying to, instead of working slowly at it and, taking it down piece by piece. And she's going to have to talk me into, okay, Mom, there's no room for this. You can't have this because this is going to be a downward battle because I won't be able to take my things. Not too many things I can take. So I'm not too happy. And I can't seem to do it myself. I mean, I'm working on shredding some of the paper that I have around here because I got tons of drawers of paper I kept over the years that I have to shred because it's got information on it. And the shredder, I can't use it. It's so heavy and it only holds a little bit, so I can't do it. So I have to do it by hand with scissors. That's fun. Melanie says, oh yeah, I forgot. If I get any church people, they can't see you. Oh goodness, yeah. My age is one reason why when my husband and I do make the move to adopt, we want to get an older child, like 4 or 5. Well, that can be good and bad. I mean, the older the child gets, the more set they are in their ways. So depending on how this child, temperament and social problems and whatever else they may or may not have, the older they get, the more set they are. Well, here's someone I was just thinking of. Hello, Greg. I was wondering where you were. I haven't seen you in a while. I was hoping everything was okay. But the older children do need homes, and it's good that there are people out there that want to give them one. So I say hooray. It's just that, the older they get, of course, the more set they are in whatever behavioral problems, etc., that they may have. And a lot of them, unfortunately, have them because they've been shuttled from foster home to foster home. You know, they don't feel wanted and all that stuff. You know. Melanie says hi to Greg. Greg says, thinking of me, I'm flattered. Yes, I was just thinking of you. I was thinking that you hadn't been here in a while. I hadn't seen you. Greg says hi to Melanie. So, oh man, I'm in severe pain right now. I can't remember when I took my last pain pill. So I don't want to take it too soon and cause a possible problem. So I gotta wait a little bit. And just getting out of bed is like impossible. The alarm went off and I'm like, well, you got 15 minutes to do this. Get out of this bed and get to that computer and turn it on and get it set up. I mean, I started on time, so I made it here, but I didn't do anything on the way in between either. I haven't eaten since this morning. I'll have to do that probably for a sprint. My body aches so bad. So I haven't been doing a lot of writing right now. I'm kind of like lost in what do I feel like doing. I did a couple blog posts, you know, short prompts. I don't know if I want to start another novelish length piece or not. Do I or don't I? Just not sure what I want to do. Melanie says, I rearranged my desk last week and I'm currently going through the extra cords I don't need since my work laptop isn't connected to the giant monitor. I never do. We came across the cords when we've been cleaning out here. I'm like, I don't even know what these cords are for. It's like, what do you want me to do with them? I don't know. What do you want me to do with them? I don't know what they're for. She doesn't know what they're for. So we're looking at all these cords, right? It's like they went to something, but they're not on something now. Do we really need them? I mean, they're not doing anything. Must not be for anything that I'm using, or they'd be on it, right? So trying to use some kind of logic on the situation there, because I don't like to get rid of anything, you know, and it's like, you got to get rid of stuff. I mean, I have no choice. So I did clean some of my desk off. I mean, I can actually see parts of the wood now through the piles, sort of. I mean, I have a book on here, The Emotion Thesaurus. Seems to have taken up home on the desk instead of somewhere else. I used the top drawer of my file desk, the file folder drawers, you know. The top one is like a hold all. I threw stuff on there. The top of my printer is covered. The top of the desk lamp table next to it is covered. And it's all stuff I have to go through. And for most reason, I wasted a lot of ink and paper on things I really had no need for and no room for. I have to get rid of all this stuff. So it gets complicated. Melanie says, yeah, and for all the electronics between myself and my husband, I can't find the one from my Fire tablet, which is in dire need of charging. I lost mine completely. My sister gave me one. She had extras. She said, here, I'll give you one. Because I don't know what happened to mine. I mean, it could be around here somewhere. And we just haven't found it yet. But at the moment, She gave me one because I didn't know what the heck to do. So I can't do anything with it until I charge it up. It's dead. Dead. Greg says, did you get that meeting with the person from the assisted living? Wow, it has been a while. Yes, I had a meeting with the head of nursing and the financial department head, and I had to go through all that stuff, 100 questions, and seemed like 100 questions. Probably was if you counted them all out between them. And now, of course, we're just waiting, and there's probably hundreds of people trying to get a place. This is brand new too, so everybody's fighting to get into this one. So now we wait. Who are they going to choose? We have to have background checks. I had to send them a check for a background criminal check too. I mean, they're serious when they do an assessment. They're really serious. I said, if I have to pay $35 every time I apply at one of these places, it's going to cost me a heck of a lot of money. I'm hoping this is the last one. It's the second one. Hopefully it's the last one. I want it to be the last one. I mean, it's new. The rooms are nice. They're pretty big. They're private. I mean, what could I ask for? Don't know if their Wi-Fi is strong enough to handle streaming yet, but they do have Wi-Fi included. I don't have to pay extra for the Wi-Fi. I do if I want cable. So if I want TV, it's going to cost me $25. Which compared to the fact that cable now, including all my internet and that stupid phone I have to have as part of the bundle, is almost $190. Do I have a time frame for their decision? Well, Greg, the only thing they said was move-in time, if chosen, will be between 30 and 60 days. So I don't know how much time they give you to move in. Does that time frame when they give you the go-ahead? Is that the time frame that you have to be in? Is that the time frame they're going to let us know? It just says move-in time frame is 30 to 60 days. That's all they said to us. So we don't really know for sure. And there was no, nothing was said like, oh, we'll keep in touch, or I'm sure they're just going. They did take my care managers, my case manager, or whatever she's called, her name and number, which they had, but she's the one that contacted them in the first place. Seemed to have forgotten that. Because they sent the application to her. She sent it to me. I sent it in, and they seemed to have forgot she was involved. So, Melanie says the fact that the rooms are private is awesome. It is, because as Amanda reminded me, remember the last place you were going to have to share a room with someone. So be glad. Be glad they turned you down, because there might be something better. And this is better. So I'm hoping this is the one. Can it be anything much better? I mean, brand new private rooms. It's further away from where I'm used to living. It's in an area I'm not used to. None of my doctors are within range. I mean, there are some downsides, but they're not something that is insurmountable. Melanie says, I'm sure you could potentially set up your own router if you want it. I doubt it. I don't have no money. Even if I could afford, and they would let, and I don't think they do, because everything's set up in there. The Wi-Fi set up. There's a set cable that's set up, and I'm sure it's just a basic cable. It's not a, company that comes in and puts their router in there and all that stuff. So, no, pretty sure. And I couldn't afford it anyhow. Can't afford it. Can barely afford it now. So that's not happening. I'm pretty sure. Grace says, I would guess that moving time is how long you have from the moment the decision is made. Yeah, well, I hope they give us some time because the way things work, I'm going from paying rent to my building here for my apartment. And then the very next check has to go to paying them. So if they don't manage this right, I don't know how I'm going to manage to, because if I stay here more than, the last day of the month, they're going to expect me to pay the rent here. And I can't pay the rent here and pay the rent there at the same time. I just can't do that. So they have to figure out some kind of time frame to allow us time to move in and get out of here before the end of the month. And this was the beginning of August. So if they wait 30 days, we're going to be in the beginning of September. And that's going to make either they're going to let us move in without rent the first few weeks, or we're going to have a problem. The only good thing is they don't have to drop my bank account. I don't have to get rid of all that stuff. I will be paying them just as if I was paying rent, and Medicaid will pay the balance. I get a statement, and so my money goes into my account still. Whereas when you go to nursing homes, it goes directly to the nursing home, and Medicaid pay because the Medicaid is paying for most of it. And then if you get a pension or whatever, all that goes directly to the nursing home. Well, they don't do it that way here. Everything is yours. You just have bills to pay. So you can keep a checking account. And since I have free checking as long as I have a direct deposit, and I will have a direct deposit, I will have two because I have a pension coming up. I'm about to turn 65. So the pension will also be going in there. So I can keep my account without it costing me money. So why won't this? Sorry, it's like frozen. Oh, I'm frozen. Oh, goody. Well, if you guys can hear me, I'm frozen. I just rebooted this, believe it or not. I'm frozen. I'm going to have to reboot. So I'm going to disappear most likely. Hopefully, I'll be back. I don't want to do this, but I can't even move the. Oh no, the cursor's moving again, but I'm not moving. I'm frozen. Yeah, I can't change screens or anything. It's done. Oh, shoot. All right. Sorry about that. I don't know if I'm back or not back. I mean, it looks fine on my end, but I can't tell what's going on your end. I was talking and I noticed that I was frozen. So, here's where we were. Greg says, shall we have a slow sprint to start? I need to make some coffee. You guys had plenty of time while I was trying to get back here, crawling my way through the whatever I was crawling my way through, trying to get back. So hopefully you're okay. Melanie says that makes sense. I'm with Greg. I'm starting to sprint, although I need to get some ice water. Iced water? You are very chill. I need something hot. I'm not big on hot during hot weather, though it's a little chilly in here with the air on. Hopefully you can hear me now and everything is fine. Yes, we have gremlins tonight, obviously. They just yanked me out of here before I knew what was going on. I got a chance to see that I was frozen solid and that even my cursor wouldn't move. It was frozen. Simply frozen. Okay, you can hear and see me. Great. Well, you had time. As I was trying to get back on to get whatever you needed to get. Greg says I'm warm from moving stuff around. This says I just saw you frozen. Now you're back, but slow motion. I can't guarantee this won't happen again, so this might be one of those nights. I'm sitting here worried about Twitch, with the Twitch raid I had last night, the nasty one. And I was worried about that happening, and I looked up to find out I wasn't even moving. I was just sitting there frozen. I'm like, uh-oh. They probably didn't hear a word I said anyhow. That's taking long. This is no normal reboot. Oh, of course not. They always wants to, update everything when you're waiting for it to move quickly. It wants, and I just rebooted before this, so I don't know what the problem was. That's what I was thinking. Melanie says, here I am. Greg says, you're back. Melanie says, gremlins. Yes, watch out for those gremlins. I'd save my work if I were writing anything or something. Holy cow. I don't know what happened there. Yep, I'm all set and organized now. So see, you guys had time to go do whatever it is you had to do. Melanie says, the slow motion part is gone. Comments are a few minutes ahead of you. It takes a while usually for that to sync up. If it doesn't ever sync up, well, then I don't know what to say. But it usually does take a few minutes for everything to get back together. I mean, I'm looking at me on the screen, and what I see, I'm synced again, so I don't know. Oh, Greg, you noticed. By the way, you weren't Charlie's stream the other night. Last night, I was not in the mood. I was tired, and I thought about it. And it's the first time they remembered to send me a link without me asking for it. And then when I came out here, I saw the link. I said, oh, wow. And I was going to click on it to see if they were still going. And my daughter called, and so we talked for a few hours. So I never got on his link last night at all. So, yeah, I missed one. And the world didn't fall apart. Okay. Let the fun and games begin. I don't have a timer anymore because I lost everything when I had to reboot. Let me find my timer. All right. Well, since you guys had time to get set on, I'm just going to put a regular timer on for 25 minutes. So we'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Today, Chandra was writing all day long. I don't know if she's still writing or not, but I didn't even go in there either. I could have. I had a link for it, but I just wasn't in the mood. I'm tired. I'm aching. I'm just not in the mood. Too much stress, too much depression, too much everything. I'm not handling it well. And despite I might lose my current psychiatric nurse, I might just contact Medicare and ask them what I have to do to get mental health care, because I need to have a therapist. I can't keep doing this on my own. I'm just not making it. Oh, jeez. Now, said 25. How did it go from 25 to... All right, let's see. Timer. First, I got to find the timer. Reset. Try this again. There. Thank you for alerting me, because I did not notice that. I'm not with it tonight either, obviously. Greg says 5 was perfect. Oh, boy. 5 minutes. I would have been jumping out of my skin, because I'm not expecting it. 5 was perfect. All right, we're to restart it. Warm-up sprint. Well, you had your warm-up sprint for a couple minutes. What more do you need? I don't believe in warm-up sprints. I don't. All they do is aggravate me, because I no sooner try to get to something and it's done. This timer's going off. But I never got the idea of, let's do a warm-up sprint. I don't get that. I'm sorry. Not in my vocabulary. Warm-up sprint's not there. But you got a short one. Microsoft recommends editor. How nice of you, Microsoft. Jeez. I hate those little things that pop out of the side of my computer giving me. And they don't give you time to click on them if you are interested. You can barely read what they are. And then they disappear. All right. Well, that whole mess took us 35 minutes. And we're just getting started now. And days like these make me wonder why I want to do this. Like I said, I was actually worried about getting raided by those idiots from yesterday's Twitch. You missed that, Greg. I think Melanie did too, but I got bombarded by Twitch people. I just assumed it was a raid. So I realized that they were nasty, rude, cursing. I'm like, wait a minute. This isn't a regular raid. So I'm in Twitch trying to figure out how to ban all these nuts. And someone pops up on YouTube and says, why did you ban me in Twitch? I wasn't part of that. And so, like an idiot, I thought, I apologized to him. I said, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just trying to ban, that group of people coming in. And then I look up and I see he's one of the names, only same name, but in Twitch. He was part of that Twitch thing. He was playing games with me. So, Gibberish was here and she didn't know what was going on. So she's saying hi to him and trying to talk to him. I'm like, he's one of the problems. So I quickly banned him from YouTube as well because I can't, it's a different way. I don't know how to do Twitch. And eventually I did ban everything. And I thought, well, maybe somebody did get caught up in it. And a couple hours later, I had another Twitch person, and I looked at it. I'm like, oh no, not again. And I was afraid to say hi to them because they said hi, and I'm afraid, like, what if this is another? So I said, hi, how are you? But they were actually a writer, so they were actually looking for a sprint and started talking about, looking for something, and this is just perfect. And I'm like, okay, not the same thing that happened last night. That happened last night. They invaded, like, so this raid thing, I think they set up a raid, but they weren't setting up a raid like it's supposed to be used for, to join, two groups of people. They used it so they could bombard me with nasty stuff. It was pretty bad. What is, no, it would have been, no, it was Thursday. Say Saturday. First part of Thursday sprint. It's the first part of Thursday sprint. And I was ready to just give in the whole thing. I was ready to give up. I was, I was trying to figure out how to unhook the Twitch. And then I thought maybe I ought to just give it up completely because I can't take this. I can't have this kind of stuff going on. And if that's what I'm subjected to, then I don't want to be on Twitch. And there are probably people on Twitch that don't like the writers taking over like we are. I don't know. I'm guessing. Maybe they're just people that like to cause trouble. Because when I clicked on the person to try to ban them, it said this name was created 39 minutes ago. So they had just been somewhere else causing havoc, created all new names to do it to me. So they did it probably to somebody else as well. And that's all they got to do, and that's fun for them, I guess. And they were calling me names and cursing at me and everything. In strange languages, too. And a lot of emojis that I don't know what that was all about. The whole thing was crazy. So I thought it was being raided at first, because that was being such an influx of people at one time. But I was being raided, but not nicely. It wasn't, that was not what I was expecting. So, yeah, that was Thursday. Time got away from me. I can't keep track of time anymore. I called my daughter yesterday, and she just got in from vacation. I said, I thought you were on vacation last week. She says, Mom, we just had the meeting last week. This is my vacation this week. We came back early. Oh, and here I'm doing real good and trying not to call you. And I called you anyhow, but she said we were home. So she goes, I got to go and pack my suitcase because we just got in. So I want to get out of this place because I'm tired of this aid business. This whole thing has just been a total disaster. I'm tired of it all. Okay. Not exactly sure what I want to write, but I got at least 15 minutes to write something or read something or do something or whatever something. So now, according to the time to the counter, I have 5 people here. I wonder who else is here. Somebody's lurking, I guess. Okay. I'm going to mute myself, see if I can do something for 15 minutes. I wrote something earlier. I may not have posted it on the website, so I got to go back and check on that, make sure I do. So, I'll see you all 15 minutes or so. Well, I started reading a couple of my blog comments, and I remembered I didn't eat, so I went and made something to eat. I see Jenna is here. Hi, Jenna. Greg says hi. Melanie says, oh no, Jen says hi to Greg, and how are you? Greg says, doing fine and finally doing some writing. Yay! Does that mean maybe I'll get chapter 5 soon? Be nice. Jenna says, me too. Melanie says, got my planning for tomorrow done, wrote a quick journal entry, took a pic for Insta, even though my phone was being stupid with pics lately, and then played a couple rounds of bingo. We were all very productive. Melanie says, I have my notebook, pens ready. I just wanted to wait for a full sprint. Okay. Greg says, got 267 words. Yay. That's great. Very great. I mean, I don't know how much you got to go to finish the next chapter, but I've been waiting for the next chapter. I know you don't believe that, but I am waiting for the next chapter because I am invested in your writing. Even like I told Melanie, it's not exactly my genre. I can be persuaded if you write well enough. So your story has captured me, so I am waiting to read more. No pressure. No pressure. And Melanie, is your story supposed to end there, or are you planning a possible another set? Is it a series? Or is that the way it ends? Because I mean, I guess it could end that way. Though I have questions. Greg says, chapter 5 is currently, should put it up on the screen. I keep forgetting. Must remember. As long as I'm dual, I have to do both. Greg says, chapter 5 is currently 5,657 words, and I'm working hard on it. Good job. Good job. I'm kind of in between and hanging here, not sure exactly what I want to do. Melanie says, so one of the things I moved around in the obviously way was my floor-to-ceiling lamp. It obviously doesn't touch the ceiling, but you know what I mean. From right next to my desk to another corner. That's one thing I don't have here is much light. It's a bit. We didn't think this out when we laid it out. I hope we think better when we move to the next place. Melanie says, I'll be continuing KOTW. It's currently set up as a 4-book series. The one you read is more of a prequel. Then the trilogy will pick up a couple of years later. Okay. Because, yeah, there were some questions like, well, it could end here, but I would kind of like to see more. I mean, some of it obviously already got changed from what you had originally planned, because the ending, I'm like, no. It's like, no, you can't do that. She's on pre-order right now, Jen. You can pre-order it. What is the publish date? I think September 7th or September 9th. But she does have a pre-order up on Amazon if you want to pre-order it. And like I said, if you can get someone who doesn't like fantasy to like your writing, you're doing pretty good. Molly says, oh, I'm going back to the lamp. Doing that helped eliminate some light sensitivity. Yeah, see, I have light sensitivity, but right now I have a lack of light. So I'm just the opposite. I don't want a lot of light, but I would like a little light on the subject. And there isn't light on the subject because the light is over in the corner, and my computer desk has this big wall on it. So my daughter says maybe we would just don't take that humongous thing, which though it does hold a lot of stuff, means getting rid of more stuff. And I thought, well, maybe, she said, either we could look for a small desk, or I said, well, maybe we could put it on the edge of my table that's behind me and leave one edge open for eating on and one edge is the computer. But we have to see the room, because they said all the rooms are different. So even if we go in and look at a room, it may not be the exact same room that I get. We. Who's this we? Yeah. Greg says to Jenna, yeah, my chapters are long, typically between 7K and 11K. But then the whole book will only be 18 chapters. Maggie says, pre-orders available now on Amazon. Do you have a wrench? Excuse me. I'm sorry. Do you have a wrench, Melanie? You could always put that link in there. I know there's only a couple people here, but I mean, Jenna's obviously asking, so you might want to put the link in here. Jenna wants to buy it. If you have a wrench, I can't remember if I gave you one or not. Melanie says, thank you so much, Tessa. That's the best compliment ever. And that was my ultimate goal. One of my cousins is also asking for a sequel. She was an art creator. Yeah, because it's like, okay, now, what more? Need more. Sam told Greg the same thing. Need more now. You got me interested. Need more. Molly says, thank you so much, Jenna. The full title is Knights of the Wraith Maker. I think I may have put makers on my reviews, so I may have screwed that up. Yeah, you do have, I thought you had a wrench. Put the link in. Jenna says she'll have reviews when it comes out. I didn't even think about doing it that way. The problem is it won't let me put the review in. And I tried, and I don't know how to get around it because I didn't buy it. I didn't order it. I couldn't possibly have read it. So how could I review it? And it won't let me review. I put reviews out everywhere I could. But that's the one place I can't do it is Kindle, because Kindle will not let me. And I don't know if it's the pre-order thing or not. Oh, darn it. The link's too long to post here. Really? I know other people have done it. How can it be too long? It will still work, Melanie, even if it skips a few things. I know people have done it. Melanie says to Jenna, yeah, I figure that would help entice people to check it out. Tessa's not the only non-YA, non-fantasy reader who enjoyed the story. You can find it that way. You can find it by title, and because that's how I originally found it when I went looking for it, because I went by title. So you could go to, now, Greg, you're in a different Amazon, so I'm not sure if it's in Amazon where you are. You may have to go to the US version to find it. Right, with Melanie says, a friend of mine from college did the cover art. I love how it looks like a classical fantasy book cover. My only problem with the cover is I didn't like the black, dark, gray, somber. I know it's kind of a somber thing, but I don't know. It didn't catch my eye. So if I had to say something that I really didn't like, I was not very fond of the cover. Sorry. Melanie says, I'm going to email the ARC team on Monday and ask them to leave the Amazon review on release day. Well, hopefully it'll still let us do it because we're not actually buying. I know I've done it before, but the book had come out and I didn't purchase the book. So it has to be a way of doing it. And the only thing I can think of is it must be the fact that it's on pre-order. But I don't know. A lot of people do pre-order, and they put reviews out. That's the whole idea, is get the reviews out to get people to pre-order it. So I don't know. I tried it again just yesterday, and it still won't let me do it. I get that, white circle with the line across it saying, no, you cannot do this. Jenna says, done. Well, there you go. There's one. Cool. Thank you, Jenna. Greg says, Melanie's book. Well, Greg posted a link. A short link. Greg knows what he's doing. He knows things that we don't know. I mean, I think, let me see. Can I post? No, it won't let me. Wait a minute. Will it let me? No, I can't pin that. I was going to try to pin it, but I can't pin that. Jenna says, my links have always been too long to put in here. Melanie says, thanks, Greg. And whoa, there's 2 of you in here. I just realized it. Well, according to my counter, there's 6 of us in here. So we might have a couple lurkers. Well, Jenna likes your cover. I just think it's so dull and drab. That's my complaint about the whole thing. I mean, I like color. I like realism. And I'm not a cartoon type person. And it just reminds me too much of cartoons. I mean, it might be great for other people, but I'm sorry. The one thing I have to say is I don't like the cover. The story, that's the important part, I like. Melanie says, I did set it up for multi-country availability. I know I'm using strange wording tonight. I'm tired. Don't feel bad. Oops. Here we go. Greg says, I created another account. The other account is now more to do with programming. Well, that's probably, they say it's best to separate 2 completely different things. To not, because your people that are interested in your program could care less about your writing. So it is best to have a separate one. I mean, if you want to put that, up there, I mean, we could, follow it or not if we want to. So, whatever you want to do. Because I'm still interested in programming. I just don't do it anymore, and I don't remember most of it. Melanie says, gotcha. That's cool, Greg. Megan's here. Hello, Tessa. Just popping in to say hello. I did my writing earlier. Yeah, that's what most people say, and I'm not a day person, and I know I'd probably get more people to my sprints if I sprinted during the day, but I'm just not a day person. I'd rather be sleeping. Thanks for coming, though, and popping in. Jenna says, I mostly publish on every platform, which takes it away from KU. Melanie says, oh, I see what you're saying now, Tessa. I'll check it out tomorrow when I'm more conscious. What I'm saying about what? What did I say? I said a lot of things. I said the cover. I said the fact that it's on pre-order and maybe that's why we can't. Has anybody else put a review up? I haven't been able to. I tried it again today, yesterday, I think it was, and it wouldn't let me still. And I'm not sure what you're talking about. You see what I'm talking about, but which one of the things I was talking about? I talk about a lot of things. Let's see. Jenna says it's also easier to format that way. Melanie says I'm overtired, so I'm winging it tonight. I woke up 15 minutes before this started, stumbled out here, And then my computer goes kaplooey. You missed all that, Jen. I already got kicked out the thing and had to reboot. It's been a great start. 15 minutes beforehand, I'm trying to get out here and get the computer on and get everything set up and be ready to go. Now I'm moving a little bit more. My body's not quite as sore, but it does still hurt. Melanie, yeah, did you take a nap today? She did the same thing I did. Nap for probably too long. I did for too long. Yep. Crashed for 3 hours because I hadn't been feeling well today. I know the feeling. I loved my naps today, Jenna says. It's like I said, I may have to just say, screw the woman that I'm seeing now if they won't let me see her, and contact Medicare to find out how I get mental health care, because I need to get back into therapy. I can't deal with this. I am not dealing well at all. And I want therapy, and I don't know how to do it without losing her. She don't even take insurance. That usually, if you go to a mental health place for therapy, they usually make you see their psychiatrist. I don't know. You guys, how are you guys? How do they work? What you're doing? Are you going to a local place? Are you doing it online? What exactly are you? Well, you don't have to get too detailed, but an idea of maybe there's another way I can go. I don't know. Melanie says, I purposely wanted the cover to be solemn. I know it's not going to work for everyone, but I really wanted it to be a true indie project to support writers and artists working together. But I don't see where that means you have to take away the color. I don't know. It's a personal opinion, and I'm sure there's plenty of people that like that kind of cover. But for me, it doesn't work. It's too dull. It's too drab. I know the subject is kind of solemn, so maybe, that was the reason why. And I'm only one person, so that's my opinion. Not everybody's going to agree with me. And it's your book, so you have to be the one who likes it. Jenna says, nice, Melanie. I am probably more into photo art for covers, but I appreciate yours. Jenna says, hi to Megan. Melanie says, for the trilogy portion of the series, I'm going to try to go to the traditional publishing route. The books will be longer, and I want the covers to be more aligned with the current YA fantasy reads. Well, I don't do a lot of browsing in that area, so I don't know what the covers for current YA fantasy normally is. But like I said, that just doesn't do anything for me, and probably would turn me off. As they say, covers are part of the attraction, not just the title, but the cover. And to me, it's just so dark and dark. Comic bookish. And I'm more into realism, and that's more comic bookish to me. That's just my feelings, and I'm only one person, so just ignore me if you don't like my view. Hey, Megan. Melanie says, okay, I'm starting to get shy now. I appreciate all the support, everyone. Seriously, this group is the best. Oh no, now I got another one. I have to constantly tell Jenna to put hers on there. She says, I can't do that. I said, you have to promote yourself. If you don't, who's going to do it? You have to get over that. You have to promote yourself if you want to sell your book. I end up having to be the promoter, and I am not promoting anything that's mine. And I'm not a promoter either, but I'm the one doing all the promoting around here. So you guys need to start when we're in here. If there's people we don't normally see, post your link. Maybe someone hasn't read it yet, would like to. There's nothing wrong with that. And you all pretty much have wrenches. So you all pretty much have the capabilities of putting your links in here. Melanie says, my cousin put a review up on Goodreads. I need to upload the cover over there. Yeah, I did Goodreads, Instagram, my own personal blog, Twitter. I think they're and I couldn't do Kindle. So I did all the other ones. Genesis, I feel you so much. Yeah, you should feel her. You're bad. Melanie says the review for the pre-order. Yeah, it's possible that may be the reason why. Because obviously, how can we have read it if it's not out yet? So that may be part of the problem. I hope it's not going to give me, well, you didn't buy this book, so you can't. Because I know I've done it before for another one, but they were already passed and already published when their arcs didn't get out on time. Something happened. And so by the time I got around to putting it up, the book was already, up for sale. Oh, thirsty. Melanie says, yeah, now I understand where you're coming from, Jen. Now that she's in the hot seat, she understands where you're coming from. And I'm sure I'd feel the same way if I were in the hot seat myself. However, I got put in the place of trying to push you to advertise. And you've got to do this yourself. You've got to get it up there. I mean, post it on Instagram. Every now and then, every so often, put it up on Instagram. I don't care. Put it up every day. Get it before people's eyes. Because, like, when I go to Instagram, I only see a small portion. I don't see everything. There are thousands of posts. Obviously, I'm not going to see them all. So I don't see a reason with putting it up every day. Maybe I'll, come across it one time. And if you have a blog with a newsletter, you can post that and try to, draw people in. If you are doing live streams like I'm doing, I don't know, maybe I should do like Jules did and have a stream where, she calls it her promotion stream. And so while you're, busy doing your, writing or whatever, you can also post any link you want, provided you can post a link. Sometimes you have to write it out because if you don't have a wrench, you can't post links. So like in hers, if I want to post something, I have to write it out, DOT for dot, and, the whole thing. Can't. So posting a link to like my Kindle page, if I had one, would be a little difficult. I don't know how you do it, honestly, without having a wrench. That's a lot of writing. A lot of people get those little links that, Bit.ly or something, where you take a big link and make a little link. A little bit easier to type, and someone could just write it down and type it in, and it would go directly to your link. Jenna says, I've heard to stay away from Goodreads, just to warn you. That's weird. I've heard just the opposite. What's wrong with Goodreads? I've got tons of people that read on Goodreads looking for things that their friends are suggesting. So I'm putting up that review on there. Really? People in there can be nasty. Well, I don't go on there often, so I don't follow it religiously. I went on there simply for the people who've asked me to be art readers and asked me to put it on there. So I did. We'll see what happens. Melanie says, I'll test the waters with this book, and depending on how things go, I won't put the rest of the trilogy there. You have to make sure you make definite mention of where you don't want it when you're doing your thing. So, because Goodreads is normally where most people suggest you put it. Megan says, it's actually raining here. It's lovely weather. It's 80 degrees and mostly cloudy, according to my thing. I know it's not so bad now. It was when I first woke up, I was cold. Jenna says, I only found 2 of my books there. On Goodreads? Because I wasn't sure if Melanie's was going to come up or not, and then I saw it came up without a cover. It just the name of the book did come up, though. Megan says you should be able to get therapy without seeing a different psychiatrist. Let's see, before I didn't have a problem because I went to a place that was just therapy. They didn't have a psychiatrist on staff. And then they brought this woman in that I eventually started seeing as someone that if you needed psychiatric, medicines and stuff that you could go to. So that's how I got hooked up with her. But when I tried finding another place to go, everywhere I went, they said, well, you have to see our psychiatrist that we have on staff. And I thought, well, that's a pain. I just want a therapist. That's all I'm looking for. And now that I'm on Medicare, I'm going to have to go. Medicare has a program, and I think my Medicaid has a program. So I have to find out how that works. I just keep putting it off, but I really need it. Really need it. Melanie says, think of the syndicate. But again, the general age range for the story is 14 to 18 and up. And that's the other thing. I know that it's supposed to be for 14 and 18 and up, YA. But it makes me wonder, because I don't really see that it's, that could make a difference, I guess, in the cover. I'm thinking as an adult, and it's not exactly written for me. Melanie says, no, I totally appreciate your feedback. No worries. Melanie put a link. This is an example of what I'd be going for down the road. Oh, it's a link to somebody else, not yours. Well, if you don't like cartoons, you won't like my art. I've seen your art, Greg. I'm not a cartoon reader, but looking at an occasional cartoon isn't a problem. Would I want to look at a whole book of cartoons? Not particularly. I mean, as a kid, I didn't watch cartoons either. I was one of the odd kids. Dad and my brother and sister would go watch cartoons, and I would be trying to read my book, and my mom's like, go watch cartoons with everybody else. I'm like, I just want to read my book. Why can't this family let me read? I was forever being told to do something other than reading. I don't know what they all read. I don't know why they considered me to be a problem, because I didn't want to watch cartoons and I didn't want to go play outside. I mean, what's the big deal? I'll never understand that. they're not going to tell me, obviously. One's gone and the other one has not much mind left. So I'm sure I'm not going to get an answer to that. Melanie says, trust me, as we get closer to release day, I'll promo more. I would hope so. Yep, I would hope so. Jenna says, if I ever write a book again, I'll promo it, Tessa. I hope so, because I may not be around here to help you. Melanie says, this is my earmark for Tessa to prep the next spring. Okay. Yeah, God, there's a ton of comments. Melanie says, like, I want to promote my work, obviously, but I also struggle with being the center of attention. I understand. I would probably be the same way if I had a book, too. I really would. I'm just trying to help. Totally me, Melanie. Greg says, Goodreads, I believe, is owned by Amazon. Conflict of interest. Interesting. I don't see why it should matter, though, if you're putting the same thing on there. Melanie says, whoa, really, Greg? That's mind-boggling. Melanie said, it's 67 here in Cleveland, and as much as I love storms, we finally got a break from the rain this weekend. Another earmark. All right, I'm almost done. Psychiatrist is meds, right? Therapy is different. Yeah, but in my place, I don't know about your place, they are one thing. You go to one building, they have a psychiatrist on staff, and they have therapists, and you're expected to see their psychiatrists and for medication, and then their therapists for therapy. That is around here. I don't know about where you guys live. That's the way it works. Melanie says, yeah. Uh-oh. I'm beeping, and I can't hear a damn thing. Well, I don't hear it, but I ran out of insulin. So I got to change that, too. So we got to go to break. We got to go to sprint. I mean, psychiatrists or doctors, therapists or not. Exactly. Jenna says, I think I read more than I watch TV, too. I think it was encouraged, though. As a kid, I did both, reading and watching cartoons. I was not outside much. I was not a cartoon person. Just wasn't. I like realism. I still do. I'm not a cartoon person. I hated it when my husband wanted to take the kids to a cartoon movie because mom was expected to go along and mom didn't want to, but mom had to. So I saw a lot of cartoons I really wanted no part of. Okay, time for sprint. Before somebody else says something and I get started off on another rant. So let me get this timer started. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. I should be done changing this in time, but if I'm not back right away, that's why. I'm changing my insulin pump. See you later. All right. Well, I got my insulin pump changed, so hopefully no more beeping. Um, I started another blog prompt, but I haven't got a chance to write anything for it yet. Let's see. You guys, let me know what you were up to if you want. Melanie says, by the way, Tessa, I finished reading your memoir last night. I'm writing up a developmental editing note and should have finished by this time tomorrow night. Well, that's good. I mean, what do I do now with the, you send it to me and I make corrections? Is that how it works? I'm not used to any of this, so I'm not really sure how it works. And she says, I'll get to the line edits for Lethal Temptation starting on Monday or Tuesday. Well, hopefully I laid that out the way it's supposed to be now. And there's a lot of copy pasting, so I may have copied something and not corrected it after I pasted it in. I mean, that's possible too. Gibberish is here. She's kind of upset because she's been on the phone forever trying to reach customer service. Oh no, customer service can be a real problem depending on where you're calling. Some of them give you that long spiel about it could take for a long time, longer than ever, and their spiel takes longer than it takes for customer service to answer. It's ridiculous. I've been on hold some places for an hour, only to be disconnected. That really pisses me off. Jana asks, "What's wrong?" Yeah, what's wrong there? I'm not sure we can help, but maybe. Greg got 170 words. Cool. And it says, yeah, you work on the feedback I provide, and obviously you can take it all with a grain of salt and don't need to apply all of it and then send it back to me for line edits. Okay. Well, I know it's probably got some issues because I know as I was writing it, I was having issues and I didn't know how to handle certain things. So there are probably definitely spots in there already that I know are a problem and I'm not exactly sure how to fix. But another set of eyes always helps. Melanie says, hey to Gibberish. Gibberish says, I have to reserve my seat apparently. I'm on hold with the airport thingy. Oh gosh. Also, I'm leaving a 5 a.m. flight. 5 a.m. flight is at 11 p.m. Also, wait a minute. Also, I'm leaving at 5 a.m. Flight is at 11 p.m. I don't get that. Gibberish says, hi guys, what's up? And I don't know anything about airport thingies, so I don't have any help with. I don't really fly much, so. Didn't all that get taken care of? Are you going with your parents or are you going by yourself? Nona says, I decided before I really dive into outlining my new series, which will be written under a pen name, I want to research the genre more, so I started doing that. When I wrote the first one, which you've read, I was constantly researching things because I had no clue whatsoever about writing that kind of stuff. And I'm still, like, if I write another one, I'll probably have to do the same research all over again. Funky says, popping in to say hi. Hi, Funky. Nice to see you. Gibberish says, 11 a.m. Okay, gotcha. That's still a long wait from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. Or that's what time you're leaving your house, I guess. Okay. Jenna says, funky. Jenna says, you have to check in that early, Gibbers? Yeah, that's really early. I know things are a lot different now with the pandemic, but geez, that's early. Melanie says, funky. Funky says, Jenna with an upside down smile. Jenna says, what is that? Funky says, hi, Melanie. Funky says, watching baseball after a long day. I was in the physical therapy room yesterday and saw the Phillies win a game. I thought, wow, gee, how nice they won for me sitting here watching. I don't know what they're doing. I was following it rapidly there for years, and I just, when the pandemic hit and the game stopped, and I just kind of got out of it. I haven't been watching it. I don't know. I mean, Phillies is usually who I root for because I live in Jersey and we don't have a team, and Philadelphia is the closest one to us. So, Melanie says to gibberish, just a long way due to being tested for COVID. Interesting thought. Jenna asks, who is your team, Funky? Gibberish says, I'm going with my uncle and cousins. I thought everything was ready too. Ugh, I'm leaving my house at 5 a.m., so maybe we'll get there around 6. They like to go really early. But if the flight's not leaving at 5 and you get there at 6, that's 5 hours you got to sit in the airport. Oh. Oh, I didn't read that right. Sorry about that. It's actually basketball, but no problem. Sorry about that. I did read that wrong. There was an extra B in there. Melanie says, I found out my brother-in-law and her husband, my husband's stepdad, went to Barbados after moving their daughter into college this week, and they chose that island over Aruba because that country, oh, here we go, requires multiple negative tests before you board the flight. Oh my gosh. Multiple negative tests before you board the flight. That's interesting. Melanie says, oh, gotcha, gibberish. That makes sense. So what's been going on tonight? Well, we've been talking about Melanie's new book. And we had a coach sort of put the link in here. Just like we had to do with Jen. I finally got a link out of her. I don't know. Having to coax these writers into promoting their work. I don't know what to say. I had to change my insulin pump because it was beeping and I couldn't hear it, but everybody else can. So I'm hard of hearing and the headsets make it worse. So I didn't hear the beeping. But obviously it comes through loud and clear on the thing. So thankfully, someone asked me why I was beeping. So I got my insulin put back into my pump. So my pump's full again. And all right, let's see. Back up here. Jenna says, I should love basketball. It runs my city, but I won a game and I went to a game and got bored. I don't like basketball. Baseball's the only sport I really care for. Football, I followed for my parents' sake and kind of got interested in it. But left to my own devices, I don't watch basketball. Basketball at all. Football, maybe. Baseball, I do like. But I got out of it when the pandemic hit and things went screwy. Melanie says, not a whole lot, Funk. Doing research for my next big idea. Haha, how about you? The next big idea. I'm at that point too. Like, I need to make a decision. Do I continue just doing blog posts? Do I start another book? I know I got work to be done on the stuff that Melanie has now. I have a better idea of what I need. I still have to figure out how to do an outline. Barrett was really helpful and, told me about this book, but it doesn't work for me. It's called Take Your Pants Off. And I'm still reading it, but I really don't see that this is going to be any at all help for me. So I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing. Gibber says, I don't know what we're doing. I'm lost. I'm just following my uncle. That can be problematic. Melanie says, oh, geez, I thought I was safe. Hides under the desk. Not safe. I know where you're hiding. Funky wants to know if he needs to beat up any more bros. Not yet. Believe me, I came on and I was really worried that it was going to happen again. But it didn't happen so far. So maybe I'm safe tonight. Melanie says to Gibberish, where are you all headed? They're going to Disney World, I think. Funky says, I'm chilling on the couch. Sounds like a nice place. I don't even own a couch. It wouldn't fit in here if I did. I have a reclining chair that was my mom's. It's falling apart. I may end up having to ask the doctor to write me a script so I can get one through Medicare and get my own when we get to the new place. Not here. Just drag this one with us, I guess. Funky says I played basketball growing up, so that's why, although I did play baseball too. Yeah, my son loves basketball, and he's so short, and he wanted to be a professional player, and I was like, no way. He was like, he's lucky if he's 5'6". I'm not even sure there if he's 5'6" or not. It's really short. And he loves basketball. And he goes out and plays it with the guys on the street. But he's good at it. He just, professionally not going to happen. That was one of his dreams. It didn't happen. Oh, it jumped again. Right. Chipper says, oh my God, guys, I made a smart decision to bring a book. It's a thriller book that deals with a plane crash that I'm going to read while on the plane. I'm going to Disney World. That's a great book to read on the plane. Definitely a great book to read on the plane. You make some great choices there on your reading material. Might want to rethink that one if you got a second and have another book laying around. Jenna says, my niece kills at basketball. I hope she gets a scholarship for it. Melanie says, I'm sad that baseball season is starting to wind down. And next season, my city's team is going to have a whole new name, finally. Long overdue. Jenna says, I've never been there. I'm jealous. I was there briefly, for all the good it did, with 2 whiny, bratty kids. Total disaster. Got to see practically nothing. All they wanted to do was swim. I said, we could have stayed in New Jersey and saved a bunch of money and gone to a hotel with a pool. That's all you wanted to do. All this stuff, all this fun stuff you could be doing in Disney World, and all you want to do is swim in the pool. Kids. Melanie says to Gibberish, oh no, of course that happens in the book you chose. Have a great time. Funky says, that's like watching a live while on a plane, Gigi. Yeah, exactly. Gibberish says, I low-key feel like I'm too old for that, but I never went there either. I was almost 60 when I went. You're never too old. People of all ages there. People without children there. My daughter went there for her honeymoon. They didn't have kids. They went there because they'd never been there, and they've gone back a few times with the kids. I mean, so no, Disney World is not just for the kids. However, depending on the age of the kids, you can have problems like we had. We didn't get to see anything because the kids didn't want to do this. I want to swim. So, yeah. The first time, and probably the only time I'll get there, and that's what I put up with. And it rained the whole time, just to boot. So we were in raincoats, walking around in the rain the whole time. It wasn't a lot of fun. Jenna says, you're never too old. Nope, never too old. Melanie says, I grew up with the Final Destination movies, and I already hated flying. So, yeah. And I had a literal panic attack while watching The Gray in the movie theater. I'm not sure what The Gray is, but I remember Final Destination. Oh, yes. That was before my international flight, which was fine except for the trip home. We hit an air pocket. Oh my God, I thought I was going to die. Yeah, we had rough, one of the times I flew, we had rough weather and weren't allowed out of our seats. We had to stay belted in, and the plane's jumping all over the place. It's like, oh, this is fun. I'm already afraid of flights. Genesis the Gray? I don't remember that. No, I don't either. Genesis, never. And thank God for the Star Wars park now, because that's the only way I can get my husband to go. Funky says Liam Neeson. Jenna, that doesn't help. Melanie agrees with that. Doesn't help. Like 2013 to 14, not helping. Funky says dark. Great. Wonderful reviews, guys. Thank you. Jenna says, I want to see that. See what? Dark and Liam Neeson. Interesting. Okay. No, this is really good. So long as you can handle drawn out plane crashes. It's one of the most realistic ones I've seen in a film. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. It's a plane crash. Okay. Really good movie, but rough, Funky says. Sailing Ocelot. Hello. How are you? Ocelot. I remember ocelots. If we're talking about the same ocelots, they were animals, and they were cat-like. And one of them ripped into me because our friend had a home zoo. He was allowed the small cats. And I was terrified, and I was too far away. So when it went to jump at me, it caught me with its claws and ripped my leg wide open. So that's what I know about ocelots. But hello and welcome anyhow. Melanie says, kind of like The Revenant, but a different timeline. I'm not sure of that one either. Genesis, I'll try to find it. Funky says, I got to get to Disney at some point to see Star Wars Land. I can then die. They had a little bit of, when we were there, they had a little display with part of Star Wars. But I understand there's a big whole thing dedicated now. Melanie says, my father-in-law wants to drive the tram at Disney when he retires. Well, that'd be cool. No, it wouldn't, because I hate to drive. There would be a lot of people to worry about running over. Yeah, no, I don't think I like that. Oops. It jumped again. Sailing Ocelot says, definitely never too old. Like I said, I was almost 60 when I finally got a chance to go, but the screaming pains in the butt we took with us weren't any help, and it rained the whole time, so it wasn't exactly a fun trip to Disney. That would probably the last time I'll ever get there either. So, Jenna says, "Do both parks have the Star Wars park?" That I don't know. Melanie says, "The funky, right? My hubs wants to do a make your own lightsaber thing." Oh wow! Now the kids would have loved something like that. Maybe we could have gotten them there for that. Funky says, "Being in Harry Potter World at Universal was amazing." You know, we didn't get to Universal. We were only in Disney World. We didn't see too much, believe me. We did see Indiana Jones twice, though. For some reason, they wanted to see that twice. We didn't see too many things, but we did get to see that twice. Being in Harry Potter World at Universal is amazing. See, I'm not interested in Harry Potter, so I really wouldn't have been worried. Well, we didn't go to Universal anyhow, but I wasn't interested in it. Funky says, "I believe so, Jenna." Melanie says, "I think just Disney World has Galaxy's Edge. Not sure about Disneyland. I also want to go to the Pandora Park." Jenna says, "And the Harry Potter Park is in Orlando." Funky says, "And make a robot." Melanie says, "Yep." Oh, wow. Funky says, "Yepers, Jenna." Melanie says, "Oh my God, you can build a droid there, Funky?" Runs to tell Huffy. Funky says, "Yep. Take all my money." Oh my gosh. Imagine having a droid. Melanie says, "Last time I was at Disney was with my high school marching band my sophomore year. So it's been more than 2 decades now. So much has changed, and I want to see it all." It's been in the last 10 years that I went. Time is flying, so it's probably been longer than 5 years. Just, I don't think it's been 10 years yet. But I was pretty close to 60, I know, when we went. And I was in a wheelchair, so it really slowed progress down. Janice says, "I think that would be cool to see, although I'm not a huge fan. I think it would be interesting." Lucy Good says, "Hello, everyone. How are all of you?" Hello, Lucy. Welcome. We're just in the middle of a chat between sprints. Tend to be a little lengthy because now we're talking about Disney World and Disneyland and Universal Park. And Jenna said, "Hi, Lucy." Jumped again. Man, you guys are writing up a storm here. Melanie says, "Hi, Ocelot on Twitch. Hey, at Lucy Good. Doing great. We're just nerding out over Disney and all its new things to see." Chibber says, "Hi, Lucy. I'm okay. How about you?" Hey, look, I learned something. I know what HBU means. Gibber's just slowly teaching me the little abbreviations. Funky says they're about to add a ridiculous hotel that's an entire spaceship. Super expensive. Oh, God, I can imagine the kids would go crazy for that. Maybe we could get them to go and pay attention if they got to stay there. Yeah, who's got that kind of money, right? Lucy says, "I'm doing good," to Melanie. Melanie says, "Funky, shut the front door." Lucy says, "Disney is the best. I love them." I've got another convert in here. Melanie says, "Oh my God, I will save up for this trip." We will. We would need to spend a whole week just Disney itself. Animal Kingdom was just being built last time I went. And we never got anywhere near Animal Kingdom. And we saw very little Disney. And then there's Universal Parks, has a lot of great things I would love to see. Yeah. Not in my lifetime, obviously. Funky says, yeah, no windows. All video screens looking into space. Looks like you're docking on the planet. Stories follow you from the park to the hotels, etc. Oh, man. Jenna says, I can do Disneyland pretty much in 3 to 4 days. It sounds a lot different out there. Well, it also depends on if you're alone. Are you dragging small children, older children, adults? There's a lot of things to take into consideration on what you can and can't do. When you've got two brats that want to cry and scream and only want to go to the pool, believe me, not much gets done. Melanie says, I remember going my first time when I was 6. I was obsessed with the Mickey Mouse head-shaped ice cream bars. Lucy says, Disney World is the best. I've been nowhere like Disney World. Yeah, I didn't see much of it, so I don't know exactly what I missed. I know we didn't go to the castle or the fireworks or any of that stuff. Melanie says, the funky. I'm so nerding out right now. You've made my day. Melanie says, I just want to go and explore these worlds and immerse myself away from reality. Funky says, yeah, they're really going all out, but you'll need to sell your house to go. Jenna says, I can agree with the reality part, Melanie. Melanie put a link in there for anyone who wants to go check that out. Oh, Melanie's telling me to check it out. Oh, I don't even have it open. I'm not even on it. Okay. I have to get on it before I can check out the link. Where's the link? I think this is it here. Well, that's pretty. Interesting. Only 5 minutes. You could ride it 20 times and not catch half the visual details. Oh my goodness. Interesting. All right. Let me get back here. Okay. How's the job, Jenna? Funky wants to know. Jenna says it's okay. I like being back and staying busy, and I didn't want to throttle my coworker until Friday. Hey, that's improvement. I just laughed at her. My husband just showed me a video of someone building a droid at the park. I almost cried happy tears. Melanie says, wow. So you really can do that kind of stuff. That might get my grandkids interested. They're older now, though, so. Funky says, haha, yes. Melanie says, okay, now that we've had fun on that tangent, shall we get to another sprint? Yeah. We've been on 2.5 hours, and so far we've done what? 1, maybe 2 sprints. The thing about Disney is that it was fun for everyone. That's what makes it amazing. Yeah. You're right, Lucy. It doesn't matter. It just wasn't enjoyable for me because 1, I was in a wheelchair, so I was limited, and 2, the grandkids did nothing but scream, cry, whine, and want to go in the pool. So we didn't see much of anything in the park. It was pretty much a waste. Funky says, good luck with that, Melanie. I can imagine the cost to build a droid. Jenna says, just don't go anywhere near Christmas. I don't know what time of year we went. Melanie says, oh, for sure, Jen. Funky says, we love the lack of heat in the Xmas decorations, though. They did that the last time and kind of freaked out. It was just a bad trip all around for so many reasons, Jenna says. Oh, what a bummer. I'm sorry to hear that, Melanie says. Jenna says, they're gorgeous, Funky. There are just thousands of people, and I never did see anything. Everything, I mean. I saw nothing. I never saw the movie Avatar, actually. Melanie says Pandora is the world from the Avatar movie that came out like 10 years ago. Jenna says, I made us leave one day because the crowds broke me. We went out to dinner with friends. Funky says that there are not that many people during the summer. Seems to me most people go when it's cold here because they know it's going to be nice there. Funky said, when's the best time to go? Have any of you been on Splash Mountain yet? Lucy asked. It's great. I haven't. Melanie says, I totally understand that, Jen. Not like I've ever seen, Jenna says. Like I said, terrible trip in general, and it was kiddo's first time. Size. Jenna says, I still get sad about that, but she's been good. It's all good. I don't think my grandsons care one way or the other about. They weren't that interested. We did some of the Star Wars stuff that was available at the time, little bits and pieces, and they were interested in that, and that was the extent of it. They're not really. I don't know if they'd want to go now. One's 14, the other one's 23. The baby's a year and a half, so he couldn't care less, obviously. Melanie says, glad she got to go back. Got to get through these. Yeah, that's why I wanted to go as an adult with no kids attached. Yep. Jenna says, I can't go on rides, so it's best she goes with friends. Yep. Gotcha there. Monkey says, I've never been, so I can't wait to see it all. It takes a lot of time to see it all. Jenna says, I really want to go at Halloween. Monkey says, that would be fun. Melanie says, that would be a blast for sure. Funky says, get my Nightmare Before Christmas on. Jenna says, that is something I love. Funky. Melanie says, my mom loves NBC. Jenna said, that was one of my daughter's first favorite movies, I think. I know Coraline was her first theater movie. Funky says, and since I am dead, I can take off my head to recite Shakespearean quotations. Interesting. Okay. Let's get another sprint set up here before you guys start off again on another tangent. We're going to do 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. I got a couple ideas. I can write some short stuff if I feel like it. And I'm going to mute myself and I will be back. Yeah, it looks like I missed Funky leaving. I managed to take 2 prompts, combine them into one pose. Sometimes I can do that. Sometimes I've done 3 or 4. That's really, really interesting. It works out sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. I'm waiting for the timer to go off. I know I'll end up missing it. I know it's about to go off. I'll get distracted and I'll forget all about it. So I missed Funky leaving, I see. Like I said, I knew that was going to go off and I missed it anyhow. Alright, so I don't know how all of you did, but it's like Funky said I would if I were staying on to write, but he's not. So he's leaving. Melanie says, I can't believe my eyes. I must be dreaming. Wake up, Jack. This isn't fair. What's this? What happened? What in the world? Who's Jack? What did I miss? This is not Halloween, 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 Halloween. Melanie says, laugh out loud, Funky. Funky says, I could sing it forever. What in the world? Funky says, yeah, but it's about time for me to depart. Since I am not writing, I shall depart. Thanks for stopping by and good to see you from Jenna. Funky says, good news is my son is not working tomorrow night, so I think I can do a stream tomorrow night, Sunday. We'll have to see. Maybe I can. That's all I'm going to say is maybe I can. I don't know. My life is out of my control. Jenna says, nice. Funky says, good night, Jenna. Funky says, adieu, everyone. Jenna says, see you tomorrow. Melanie says, have a great night, Funky. Lucy says, good night. Chibber says, so hung up because they weren't picking up anyways. On an unrelated note, I'm obsessed with my lashes like you have no idea. I think I'm going to start to get them from now on. Like, it's so pretty. Ugh. Ugh doesn't go there with so pretty. Ugh, I love it. Ugh. There's a little bit of conflict there with your words. It's so pretty. Ugh. I love it. Okay. I'm glad you love them. I know your mother's upset with you. Has she got over it yet, or is she still upset with you? Jenna says, I want those gibberish. I just can't afford it. Jenna says, I buy mascara that lengthens them as much as possible. I think it would be really weird. I mean, I don't have much in the way of eyelashes to begin with. I think it'd be really weird to have great big eyelashes. I guess you get used to them after a while, but Lucy says, I am going to go. Bye, everyone. Looks like I missed Lucy, too. Sorry if I did. Hope you come back if you're still here. Have a great night. Maybe I. Jenna says, yes, but he's having a stream tomorrow, Tessa. I saw that part, Jenna. I know he's having a stream. I just don't know if my butt will make it to that stream. Because I think tomorrow I'm supposed to be doing something with Chandra. But I don't know. I think it may start early in the day, and that may make it a no-no for me, because I don't imagine I'm getting up early tomorrow. So I don't know if I'll be joining. She's supposed to promote all the, if I understand it correctly, promote all the new channels that are having anniversaries. We all start around the same time. So I may not make it to hers. His is usually at 9, so yeah, I might make it for that one, if I remember. Shipper says they're expensive to keep up with, to be honest. I can imagine. Shipper says bye, Lucy. Jenna says, oh, I know. I've considered it. I also heard they damage your lashes or something. I'm not sure, though. I don't know. How did they put them on? Glue or something? I mean, I think I'd be worried about them pulling out what lashes I did have. Then you'd have to permanently have them on there. Not sure. Melanie says, I'm back. I had to take a break from the computer for a little bit, so I straightened up the kitchen counter. I need you in my house. Nobody straightens up around here. And Medicaid pays for somebody to do that, but as we all know from my numerous complaints, nobody does that around here. Ridiculous. We'll see Monday. We'll see if an aide shows up. We'll see if it's going to work out. And if not, I'm calling my care manager and telling her, case manager, care manager, whatever the heck she's called, and tell her to take this company and shove it somewhere. This company was not on the original list. They just joined. Because when I told her what company called and gave, so they were giving me an aid, she goes, I don't have that one on the list. And then she goes, oh, wait a minute, here's an email. They're just adding them to the list. Well, better unadd them to the list, because this has been a nightmare, as you all know. I hope they don't damage mine. I'm going to take little breaks between them. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know anything about them. Melanie says, I'm actually going to head off myself. I need to get a snack and real quick before I eventually go back to bed. Have a great night, everyone. Good night, Melanie. Excuse me. Chipper says, she's upset with me, but I don't care. Chipper says, night, Mel. Janice says, I am going to step away to make a snack. That's what I do on breaks. I must be doing this wrong. I should be stepping away in the middle of the stream to go get my snack. So I have one more blog post that I'm supposed to do, and then I'm not sure what I'm going to do after that. We've got just under an hour left, provided I stop at 1 o'clock. Depends on how many people are here and if anybody's still writing or not. Because I slept late 15 minutes before the stream. I barely made it to my computer in time. Because of that, I will be awake tonight for a while. which means I will sleep late tomorrow. But I can't sleep. The problem is, if I sleep all day, I have to get up in the morning to be ready for this aid. And if I get up at 6 o'clock again and sit there and wait for an aid that doesn't come, I'm going to be even madder if she doesn't come in the first place, because I got up so early when I need to be sleeping to be awake for the aid. If that makes any sense. All right, so you still here, Greg? I haven't heard from you lately. Did you get lost in your writing? You are still here, but I did lay on my bed for a short bit. If I did that, I'd be out, cold. Sometimes I fall asleep during during a stream. I was doing that the other night on Charlie's, and Charlie says to me, "What's up?" I said, "I'm falling asleep. I am so tired." And they're like, "Well, if you want to have to go ahead and go." And not too long after that, before I even made a chance to make up a decision what I wanted to do, they're like, "You know what? I'm having a problem. I don't know what it was. Blah, 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 blah. I got to shut the stream down." So I didn't have to make a choice. The stream got shut down. That was Wednesday, and Friday I didn't make it. So I don't know what happened Friday. Friday I slept right through the stream, and then I spoke to my daughter on the phone the rest of the time. So I don't know what happened. Yeah, I took a long nap today, Gibberish says. Gibberish, I think we all took naps, and that's part of probably all of our problems. We're all so super tired because when you oversleep, you tend to be tireder than if you had a shorter nap. I know on nights when I get less sleep, I'm more awake in the morning than when I sleep longer. Though, of course, that doesn't stop me from going and taking a nap in the middle of the afternoon, which kind of messes up nighttime because then I don't want to go to bed at night. And since I woke up at 9:15, chances are I'm not going to want to go to sleep for quite a while. Of course, it's midnight now anyhow, so. I think that's a lot of our problems. We're taking these long naps in the middle of the afternoon, which is really messing us up. Because I do, like I said, I do know I feel better if I sleep less hours at night than if I sleep more. And now that that's all I seem to be doing is sleeping. I mean, Medicare's open right now, 24 hours. I could call and ask about what I have to do. Because I think they have a special mental health program. I don't think it's part of the regular. I don't think I can just go someplace. But I don't know. I'd have to call them and find out how that works. And I really don't want to lose the woman that does my medication. Though lately, the problems I've had lately with her are very unusual. And she's taken another. She already took off the end of July to the beginning of August for a funeral. And now I guess it's vacation time. So she's back for a week or so, and then she's gone away on a 2-week vacation. So she's not going to be around. So if anything does happen, she's not going to be of any use to me. I really don't want to change, but then again, I haven't been happy this last few times dealing with her. I don't understand what's going on. She was never like that. Oh, I can't remember what we did. Oh, I can't find your records. What do you mean you can't find my records? You should have all my records. All right, so are we ready to do another sprint? Let's see. Greg says, during most of history, people had biphasic sleep. They slept for a few hours during the night, then awake a couple of hours and asleep again. I do that a lot. It's just the way I am. If I get anywhere, usually from 2 hours on, when I wake up, I won't go back to sleep. If it's only an hour, then sometimes I can go back to sleep. Or if I don't move, like if I wake up, but when I wake up, I usually have to go to the bathroom. Every time I get up, put a shoe on my foot, drag the walker and myself to the bathroom, come back to bed, I'm awake. Whether it's 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours. So I tend to end up drifting on and off during the day. And there have been many a night that I've gotten up after sleeping a couple hours because I was just tired of laying there and, got onto the computer because it's like I'm not doing anything. I'm laying here, just laying here with my thoughts. And I don't want to lay here with my thoughts. My thoughts are not happy thoughts. It used to be when I was younger, for medications, that I used to spend a lot of time daydreaming and fantasizing and stuff like that. And I could just lay there for hours and just think about all these wonderful things, that my life could be, which it's not. But I don't seem to be able to do that anymore. I don't know if it's the meds or what. I honestly don't know why, but I don't do that anymore. I have no, and I did that from a child. I was a child when I started that as a way to escape reality. I created my own, and of course, things were always pleasant and perfect and great. And I was always I was skinny when I was a child, but I was a skinny adult, and I was perfect, and I was beautiful, and all the stuff that you know want your life to be. And I would spend hours upon hours upon hours. And that's part of the problem I had when I was working, because I would constantly get in trouble for daydreaming because I wasn't focusing on my work. I was focusing on my inner thoughts and daydreams and all that, which got me into trouble quite a bit. I don't do that anymore. I'm not exactly sure whether it's the medication or what, but I'm certainly not focused. I'm still not focused, but I'm not able to do that. So, I don't know. So, should we start another sprint, people? Because if we don't start one now, we're going to run out of time. I guess I'll go ahead and start one. So, our next 25-minute sprint starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Maybe I'll make some popcorn. It's the last one I have. Then I'll be out of popcorn. I'm gonna have to make a grocery list. Now that I get them delivered, it's a lot easier. Shiver says, I opened my window and now there's a fly. If you don't have a screen, that's a definite possibility. In here, we have openings under our doors, so we've got things flying all over the place. They just fly from apartment to apartment. There's nothing stopping them. We were inundated. I had tons of ladybugs in my apartment. Now we have screens on our windows, and I don't open my windows anyhow. So it's like, what in the world? And then I found out there was a woman on our floor who buys ladybugs because she was told that if she put them in her plants, it would, I guess, kill off other bugs or something. So she was buying tons of ladybugs and putting them in her plants. Well, they don't stay in one spot, and all our doors are open underneath, so there's plenty of room for them to fly in. So they were all over the apartments. It was a mess. I was like, I don't want to kill a ladybug. What am I supposed to do with this thing? I can't get rid of it. And they're flying around. You have a screen full of holes. Yeah, that was weird. It definitely was weird. It must not be the right season because I haven't seen any lately. But, jeez. It's like, lady, we have enough problems, and you bring ladybugs in, and they're flying around to all our apartments. Great. Wonderful. All right. I got one more post I want to work on. Definitely. I can look for a few more if I want to, but I have one more definitely. So I'm going to mute myself. Maybe I'll make popcorn. I don't know. I will be back. All right. I went ahead and started another post, which is the last definite one that I have. I made some popcorn, finishing that up. So I'm working on that post right now. I don't know. I'm definitely not ready for sleep, so I need to figure out something to do. I can either keep this going, if anybody's interested. I don't know what you guys did or who's actually here at the moment. 147 words and backups done. No more writing for tonight. Well, that's good. I'm glad you got something done, Greg. Hope you won't be such a stranger. We did miss you. So I'm glad to see that you were able to get something done and back in the writing swing. I know that was a little rough after being away for so long. And sometimes ideas kind of fizzle. Maybe don't go the way we want them to. Sometimes we just have to wait for something else. But I'm not sure what I'm doing. I can't seem to get myself in this. It's settled. I don't know what's going on with me. I need to get my mind straight now. I need help. And I'm probably going to have to just bite the bullet and start. The problem is starting now. If I'm moving to this other place, they may not be in the area that I'm looking for. And then that wouldn't be smart. So do I look now and then maybe have to change? Do I wait when I really need help now? Because if I go to that that assisted living place, the person I see for mental health may not be in that area. So that makes it rough. So Jen is still here. Are you writing tonight, Miss Jenna? I didn't ask you if you were writing. Well, let's just say I'm used to office appointments, except for my medications are done by phone. But my therapy was always done in person. Does it have to be? I don't know. I guess it depends on what Medicare will pay for. And I think they have their own program. So I'm going to have to contact them. Contact them and find out what I have to do. But I don't want to start something now and then move and then them not be in the area so I can go, unless of course it's by phone, then it wouldn't matter. Oh shoot, I can't bend over. I dropped the popcorn kernel. Caught it. Got it. So yeah, I don't know exactly what's available. I mean, I don't even know about the phone situation when I move either. So I don't know what to do. So that's another question. How does it work? What's available? If it's phone, will I be able to keep up the phone? I don't know what my daughter's doing about the phone yet. She's not in any hurry to do anything because they told her move-in's 30 to 60 days. So I guess she wants to do a mad dash at the last minute. Let's take care of everything kind of thing. I kind of want to get started now, but I can't make her, so I am kind of stuck. You have written some, and you're watching a movie too. Gotcha. Chipper says, oops, I had the stream on pause. Doesn't work too well that way, Gibberish. Jenna says, I kind of got used to phone after COVID. Well, I have a lot of my doctors are in person. Some because you have to physically take that body part to the office, and you can't do it over the phone. I mean, obviously, if I need to have my toenails cut, he can't do it over the phone. So I have to go and have my feet examined and my toenails cut at the podiatrist office. Same with the eye doctor. Got to take the eyes to the office. The pulmonary doctor for my lungs. I have to take my lungs to the doctor. And now I'm being sent in to the partner who specializes in pulmonary hypertension because I have it severe pulmonary hypertension and they're not doing anything because they're hoping. I love this one. We're hoping it's because of the blood clots. Well, the blood clots aren't going away. May not, supposedly, according to him. Not everybody gets rid of all of them. And two, he's not really sure that much about it, so I need to go to his partner. So I have to go to his partner to see if they should be doing something about the severe pulmonary hypertension because it could cause a heart attack. And that's why when I went in last time, I had the pains and all the symptoms I had were pulmonary hypertension and a possible heart attack. Well, it wasn't, but it could have been. And, so most of my, I have to go to the pain doctor. They were doing the things over the phone. You can have your appointment over the phone if you're not having an injection. But you still have to go do the drug test, and you can't do that over the phone. You have to go in and pee in a cup. So, can't get out of that as much as I would like to. I'm tired of peeing in a cup. Gibberish was on book TikTok on YouTube and killed the fly. Yay! One fly down the drain. Good job. Shanna says, my current therapist is somewhere else in California, so is my only option. Yeah, I like I said, I don't know how things work nowadays because all of my therapy was before COVID. And I could occasionally do it by phone, but for the most part, no, I had to go in and see them in person. Greg wants to know which movie, Jenna? Aladdin. Ugh. Here we go. Not my childhood thing. I had to see the cartoon, of course, with the kids, and we went through that before. I don't like cartoons. I don't know what the new one is, but the newer one. Shanna says, so if you want a therapist, I say go for it. But with this move looming in my horizon, I don't know if it's a good idea to start now or not. Because if I get somebody here, depending on whether or not it's phone, of course, then it wouldn't matter. But then I don't know that I'm going to have a phone. I still don't know what's going on with that. If it's just for now, then so be it. You can find another one if and when you move. Oh, it's live actors. Real people. Not cartoon. I used to watch Scooby-Doo. One of the few cartoons I did like. I liked Scooby-Doo. And I saw the movies. I also like the Power Rangers. Um, and the other one with the Autobots. Can't remember what they're called either. I know you've been in a bit of a bad place, so it would help you. Yeah, I've been in a bad place, and it's not getting any better, that's for sure. About to go off my rocker completely. I don't want to go back to the hospital. I've had enough hospital stays. Gibberish loves animations. Yeah, I don't like animation. That wasn't the best part of my childhood. I hated my childhood anyhow. Therapy definitely takes the edge off. Yeah, well, my psychiatrist, psychiatric nurse, whatever you want to call her, suggested, she goes, "Are you going to therapy?" Now, she knows I'm not. We discussed this already. No, I'm not going to therapy. What do you think is better, being a child or adult? Well, gibberish, that's a difficult question. I hate being an adult and having to be responsible. I liked having things taken care of by someone. However, my parents didn't. Well, for one thing, there was nobody back then that talked about mental health, so they didn't know what to do with me anyhow. I hated school. School, I was bullied. It was terrible. So I hated being a child, but I'm not exactly thrilled being an adult either. I mean, being able to do what I want to do has some advantages. Jenna says it depends. Yeah. I didn't like being a child too much and adulting such a responsibility. That pretty much puts it in as few words as possible. Yeah. I mean, thank God I'm past raising children because that was terrible. I thought that's what I wanted to do. Really hard. I would say adult because if I were 17, I wouldn't get my lashes done. But since I'm adult, I can other stuff. Adult sucks because of pay and everything, responsibility, etc. Yeah. And if things happen, you got to take care of them. So it all falls on you. Janice says, but I like seeing it through kids' eyes now and how they see the world. I also meet some cool adults here and there. Yeah, there are some cool adults. I hated being a kid, really. of popcorn. There wasn't any more in the house, so I ordered more. Good thing is these places have microwaves, so I could still have my microwave popcorn. Provided I have money left over to buy it, of course. I don't know how much they're going to let me have out of my check each month. Chipper says I have more freedom as an adult than a child. Definitely. Your parents are in charge. This is why I don't want kids. You don't want to be responsible for them. Jenna says you shouldn't want kids now, Chippers. You may change your mind when you get older. You don't know. But parenting is tough. So she's right about that. It's not easy. And you are responsible for that child. So if you don't want to do that, then definitely don't do it. I don't want kids at any age other than my pet kids. Well, that's totally all right, too. There's a lot of people out there that feel that way. I mean, let's just think. If everybody in this world had kids, the world would be overrun more so than it already is. But not everybody wants kids, which is good. So it helps cut down on the population growth. Then you got the people that want 12 kids or more. And then they go the other way and add more kids for the people that don't want kids. So, I don't know. Probably works out. Jenna says, I thought that for years and only slightly considered it when I did. Since things fell into place, I went with it. I would have been fine not having one, though. And my whole thing, all my childhood, was I wanted kids. I wanted a family, and I wanted kids. And part of the reason why I got into that was because of that. But the person I got into it with was not the person I should have gotten into it with, although I got 3 great kids out of it. The one thing I would regret out of the whole thing not happening, I do love my kids, so, I would miss not having them. I would not miss having the rest of that. I could have done without it. Jenna said I started seeing friends have kids and thought it might be okay, but it's really hard at the end of the day. Have 3 of them. 2 of them were close together. The other one was 10 years after the first one for me. We were going to have all 3 together. So in a way it worked out better. We had the last one. It gave us a little breathing room before we had another child. But I had people coming up to me and saying, oh, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, what are you sorry for? And they're like, well, you have the mistake. I'm like, and what mistake might that be? Well, you're pregnant. Yeah, and I wanted to be pregnant. I got pregnant by choice. It's not a mistake. Do not call my child a mistake. I do not appreciate it one bit. My child was not a mistake, and we planned all 3 of our children. So I really hated people saying that. They have no idea. They had no right to say those things. Chibber says, if I were to have kids, I always said I'll adopt, but I've been saying I don't want kids since I was like 9 years old. Well, like I said, you're young, you've got time, you can think about it. If you don't want to, you don't want to, and if you change your mind and want to, you can. That's, good thing about life. Meanwhile, my mom tells me to KMS. I don't know what KMS is. Yeah, she doesn't know either. Okay. What's KMS? Kill myself. Your mom tells you to kill yourself? That's one of the biggest reasons I'm not having kids. I had such a bad childhood. Your mom said that? What kind of mother would say that to their child? That's horrible. Really horrible. That I wouldn't base what your mother did on how you'd be as a mother. You might be a great mother if you wanted to. Don't base everything on, gosh, someone who would actually tell you something like that. Your own mother. Yeah, unfortunately, she hates me. Shit. I'm sorry. That's horrible. I mean, I know there's a lot of mothers out there that don't want kids and end up having kids by mistake and then hate them. But that's terrible. Why would she do that? Jenna says, are you an only child? Did she not want any kids? She certainly shouldn't have any if that's her feelings. She doesn't deserve to be a mother. There are so many people out there that want children and can't have them, and people that don't deserve them, obviously, have them. I mean, it's a shame. Only child. She does, but like I'm not what she expected. Because I always rebel doing things she doesn't like. That's what most kids do. What does she expect? A perfect little child that does everything that their parents want? I don't know any child who's like that. I think children are born to rebel. I mean, I did less rebellion than a lot of kids did, but God, of course you do. You're a separate person from her and you'll be different. You can't mold kids. And we can't make them perfect. There is no such thing as perfect. None of us are perfect. But if she tells you to kill yourself, I would just get away from that. You don't need that toxic experience. It's a horrible thing to say to your child. To anybody, let alone your child. Mm. I'm glad she didn't have any more. Jenna says, can you stay with other relatives? Shiver says, yeah, but I still love her. Like she says, it's out of rage. I live with her. you shouldn't say those things, whether it's outrage or not outrage. They're inappropriate to say to your child. You love her because she's your mother. You love her because you think you're supposed to love her? Or do you really and truly, deep inside, love her? I mean, saying you love somebody because they're your mother, but you don't really love them because of the way they treat you, it's not a good thing. So you live with her, and the way most adults feel is that when the child lives at home, they have a say over what that child does. Even adult children. If you're going to live in my house, you're going to do it the way I say, blah, 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 or I'll kick you out. She could kick you out. Hopefully you would have someplace to go. Jenna's right. There's anger and then there's that. That is so wrong. That's not anger. That's plain out mean. It's a horrible thing to say to somebody, anybody. Trooper says, not really, because then they're going to tell my mom, and it's going to be a whole mess. I love her because she pays the house I live in, feeds me sometimes. She's funny, and we joke around a lot. But now she's mad at you because you did your dashes. So I gather we're not joking right now, and that's not a reason to love somebody, by the way. You need to finish school, get out on your own. And then you can decide whether you want to go visit her or not. But that's not a great reason to. That's not love. You don't love someone because they pay the house you live in and feed you sometimes. And she's funny and we joke around a lot. But then she tells you to kill yourself. It's not funny. Jenna says, what about your dad? Where is he with all of this? Yeah, you never mention your father. You always talk about your mother. My dad is here. My dad doesn't like her at all. I wonder why. I wonder why he stayed. Doesn't like her. Does he like the hack that she puts a house over his roof over his head? Feeds him sometimes? Mm. Sounds like your mom has severe anger issues that she needs to handle. I agree, Jenna. Right now, Jenna, her mom is mad because she got those lashes done. She was mad the other day. She's still mad. So That's a little ridiculous. As I get older, I don't know, because I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Some things are understandable, but what I'm doing isn't bad compared to teenagers that do drugs, get pregnant, and drunk, and no. And that's why I said, when my kids wanted to have tattoos and get their ears and stuff pierced, it's like, fine. I mean, I had other mothers say, why would you let your child do that? I'm like, my child's not into drugs. They're not in jail. They're not getting drunk. I mean, I can't say anything about the pregnant part, because one of my daughters did get pregnant while she was still in school. So, but I don't even consider that a bad thing. She's not out there doing drugs and getting drunk and vandalizing and doing bad things. She works really hard to take care of her kid. She kept her kid. She took care of it. She raised it mostly on her own, because the fathers are not worth much. And, she works really hard to take care of her kids. So I don't understand. And, the thing about lashes is hardly something to get into such a fit over. So you had your lashes done. So what? Like you said, you're not bad. You're not a teenager doing drugs and getting pregnant and drunk and driving and doing all that kind of stuff. She should be glad that she's got a responsible daughter. My mom is very old school. That's why she wants everything done proper. She's way old school. Most of that stuff went out a long time ago. Yeah, when I was in school, getting pregnant would have been a total disaster. My daughter got pregnant in school. She was 17. That child is now 23 years old. My ex-husband wanted her to get an abortion. And my ex-husband got mad at me because I wouldn't make her. I said, one, I can't make her get an abortion. Two, I don't believe in abortion. And I'm not going to make her do anything. And it's none of your business either. Leave her alone. That's when we got divorced, not too long after that. He was a jerk about the whole thing. And he's like, well, my friends say that I should just make her get an abortion. You can't make her get an abortion. She has a child inside of her, and she wants that child. And you're a man, and you don't know what it feels like to have a baby inside of you. You don't just tell them to give it up and expect. Now, some will. There's a lot of girls that would say, oh, I'm getting an abortion. I don't want this child. But she wanted children. She loves children. She's great with children. So the fact that he kept on and on about this and got mad at me because I wouldn't get on his side, and say, you got to get an abortion. No, I don't believe in abortion. One, I know what having a baby inside of me feels like. I certainly wouldn't give up my baby. And I don't expect her to give up her baby. So, yeah, it took some work on our part because we had to help because I wanted her to get through school. So we took care of the baby so she could go back to school. And the school had a program, and she was able to get tutored at home while, before she had the baby, till she could go back. Because she was on bed rest, so they had to come out to the house and tutor her. But, things have changed since then. And it's not old school. It's not old school. Life is not old school anymore. So, Jenna says, I think you should work hard and get your own thing going, gibberish. I agree. You'll thrive being away from her. I think you need to be on your own and not with someone who's going to be mad at you because you got eyelashes. I mean, come on. Jimmer says, I'm trying, thanks. Enough about my pathetic life. My parents had me late. That doesn't make it right. I don't care how late they had you. It does not make it right. Jenna says, mine did too for the time, gibberish. Well, see, I was born, I think my parents were 25 when I was born. Gibberish says, and that's why he's your ex-husband. That's one of the reasons why he's my ex-husband. He also has a girlfriend. And three's company. I mean, two's company. Three's too many. Take your little girlfriend and go somewhere. Jenna says, get 2 jobs and work really hard. You can take care of yourself. And yeah, and you're young now, and 2 jobs isn't hard. I did it when I was older, and it was hard. But get 2 jobs. And, if there's somebody you can get as a roommate, that would be good. You can share a place. If you have a friend that you can do that with, of course. Jenna says you don't need to go no contact or anything, but you'll visit on your terms. Yeah. But no one deserves that. Problem is she's going to school right now, so that does make it a little bit more difficult. Are they paying for your school? Or are you paying for your school? Yeah, that's the problem. She's got school to do. And she's paying for her own college. They're not even paying for her college. Well, if they're so old school, they should be paying for your college. That's old school. Well, I hope you can handle it. And I hope don't listen to half of what they say, obviously. Parents are broke. But maybe your mother is jealous that you actually had the money to go and get your lashes done and she can't. I have no idea how much it costs, but I gather it costs money. Do you have a place you can go to get away from them? Time for some downtime. Certainly hope you at least have your own room so you can get away from them for a while. Or do you have siblings? Didn't even think about that. Oh, you said you're an only child? So there is no other siblings. There's no siblings to worry about. It wasn't that expensive. It's only $90, and I can go to the gym or library. I'm an only child. So you're paying for your school. Do you have another job? I mean, how are you paying for school? If you, I know you had a job there for a while and you just quit it, but if you're paying for your own school, you must have a form of income some way. Plus, do your lashes for $90. Oh my God, I couldn't imagine it. I'm getting ready to go get my hair done, and that's going to be bad enough. That's going to be 30 some dollars. It's coming Friday. I'm supposed to get my hair done. I'm tired of this hanging in my face. Time to get rid of it. I'm trying to do it. It's mirror image, and it's hard to do this way. But I'm tired of this hanging in my face. And it's, getting long back there too. So it needs to be taken. But it's falling out faster than ever. So I'm going to be bald soon. I hate to think that, I saw my mom going bald, and I'm like, oh, thank God I got my dad's hair. That's the only thing that saved me from being bald right now, because the hair is just falling out of my head. It's terrible. Just falling out. Gibber says, yeah, my mom used to give me money to put in my bank, and now that I'm working, I put my money in my bank, save it for school and other stuff. Good go. Sounds like you got a good head on your shoulders, too, so that's always helpful. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm getting a haircut. All of them that are left that haven't fallen out yet. Bigfoot Johnson. Hi, how are you? We're just sitting here chatting at the moment. I'm good. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. You? I'm not too bad right now. I don't know. Are you a writer, or I'm having a little bit of writer's block right now. I don't know what I want to do about writing. Um, all right, Greg. Good night. Oop, hit the wrong one. Greg says I'll go to bed. Good night. Good night. We'll see you hopefully soon. And Bigfoot said, and you. I'm not doing so bad, I guess. It could be worse. I'm awake now. I just don't feel like writing. Gibber says, good night, Greg. Bigfoot says, yep, a writer. Oh, cool. What do you write? I tend to write fiction, and I'm a blogger, so I tend to write a lot of short stories and stuff. I like to write from prompts. I did write my first book. It's at the editor now. I don't know if I'm going to write another one or not. I haven't decided. That's kind of a conundrum I'm in right now. Is do I want to try another book? Because it was on fantasy. Listen to me, I don't like fantasy. Um, Mystery, thriller, that type of thing. So Greg says bye to gibberish. Bigfoot says night. And oh. So what do you write? I've done some nonfiction writing too on bipolar disorder. I was writing for a bipolar blog for a while. And I haven't done that in a few years. I wrote about 12 articles for them, thereabouts. Jenna says, "Night, Greg." Oh, all types of things, books, screenplays, and comics now. Well, Greg likes comics. He just left. We had a few people that were interested in comics. They haven't been around lately, I don't think. Um, that's cool. Screenplays, yeah, I've never written a screenplay, and I just did my first book. Well, maybe second. The first one, though, was so short. It was a memoir, so it was very, very short. And then I just wrote my first mystery thriller. And I'm trying to decide if I want to go on and write more or not. And I'm trying to learn how to outline, because I'm a pantser, and I think outlining is something I might need for these type of books, but I don't know. Chipper says, "Have you guys read any classic books?" Not since I was in high school. And we had to read them. I don't read them now. I mean, back when they were the only books available. Remember, I'm almost 65, so back when I was young, classic. That's when the classics weren't classics then. That's what we read. They were the books that were available at that point for reading. Things have changed over the years. I know some people love to read classics now, but I have no interest in classics. Yeah, and Jenna says, "Not in years, gibberish." Bigfoot says, "I'm reading the Alexiad right now." I'm not familiar with that. Type of genre is it? I mean, is it a classic? I mean, it's not something I'm familiar at. I'm personally am not familiar with. I don't know about my friends here. Jenna says, "My daughter's reading them in school, and I like that." So they're still having them read the classics? I mean, like I said, when I was growing up, we were pretty much the kind of stuff we read right then and there. Now they're classics. I'm a classic. Sugar says, "I don't read them unless for school. I only read one classic for high school." Yeah, I mean, we had to read Jane Eyre and, Little Women and all that stuff for, quite a few things. Genesis, yes. All right, Bigfoot says, "Alexiad is a medieval, historical, and biographical text written around the year 1148 by the Byzantine princess Anna Komnene. I might be pronouncing that wrong, sorry. Daughter of Emperor Alexios I Komnene. It was written in a form of artificial Attic Greek. Anna described the political and military history of the Byzantine Empire during the reign of her father." Ah, so you're interested in stuff like that. We had a few people that are interested in stuff like that. I personally like contemporary stuff. So that's pretty much where I stay, and that's pretty much what I write. I don't do historical stuff or anything. Everything's kind of written in the present, time. Gibber said, "My school don't really make us read classics." I don't know what schools do nowadays. I don't have kids at school anymore. So I don't know. I mean, they always made us read, and they always made us read during the summer. And my son was always giving me grief about having to read the books, and he would go out and find the cliff notes and try to pass by pretending he read the book. That was my son for you. Gibber says, I felt like I was in global history again when you read that, Tessa. Well, there's some people like that kind of stuff. I mean, it's not my type of reading, but it doesn't mean that there aren't people that like this. There's a lot of people that like that kind of stuff, and there's a lot of people that write that kind of stuff. Is that the kind of stuff you write, Bigfoot? Or do you write more contemporary stuff, or a mixture? Bigfoot says the present on that thing. Jenna says, wow, that is a book. It sounds interesting. I'm not reading it for school. I'm just reading on my own volition. Well, that's cool. Like I said, there's a lot of people that like that kind of stuff. And I have a lot of people that like reading the classics. I mean, it's not something I personally like, but, my opinions are my opinions and yours are yours. And if that's something you enjoy reading, then that's great. Should read what interests you, I think. That's one of the things I hated about school, was being forced to read things I wasn't interested in. Trevor says, I want to try to get into Greek mythology, but it's so boring to me. I can't get into it for the life of me. Granted, I only read one book that had a little Greek mythology. Bigfoot says, I don't know. I like history, I guess, and I wanted to learn about the Byzantine Empire. And there's nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's how we learn. There's certainly nothing wrong with that at all. And you can read one thing and write a different thing. I mean, you don't have to be all or nothing either. You can spread it around, because like I said, I'm a blogger, and so I write a lot of short story stuff. So I write in a lot of different genres, and I have written a little bit of fantasy, a little bit of sci-fi here and there in my stories, but I'm not really into them big time. Now, I was just an ARC reader for a fantasy novel that is coming out. She's on pre-order now. And I did the ARC reading and a review for that. And I told her, if you can get me interested in your story, and I'm not a fantasy reader, then that is a good thing. I mean, that shows something. If you can bring me into your story and I can enjoy it, I think that's a good thing. So she was happy that that I enjoyed her story. And now I want to see what goes on. She's planning on making it a series, which I think is great. So I'll be able to read more about it. Jenna says, I want to read such different books than I do. My attention span is so terribly short. Yeah, I've been having problems reading anything for any length of time. I start things out, and that's as far as I go. Bigfoot says, yeah, Greek myths are strange. There are a lot great YouTube channels that cover them if you're interested in that way. Well, there you are, gibberish. If you love YouTube and you want to see about Greek mythology, look up the YouTube channels for Greek mythology. Maybe it'd be more fun that way than reading it in a book. I know a lot of people that write books based on mythology and stuff, use the characters and the different monster type things that they had at that time, besides the gods and goddesses. They had the centaurs and the minotaurs, or whatever they're called. I'm not really into that kind of stuff myself, But yeah, a lot of that is interesting to a lot of people. I know a lot. I'm surprised how many people are writing books that based on mythology and stuff. Like I would never think to write on that because I'm not interested in it. So for me, it wouldn't be something that I could end up doing. Um, I like writing from prompts. I like writing short stories. I like making serial um, stories on my blog out of certain prompts and just keep them going, and they'll end up being 40 or 50 parts, and then I put them together and try to see if I can create a book out of them. I have a bunch of them set up that way. So Chibber says, thank you. There was a book I want to read that has a little Greek mythology. Everyone said it made them cry, but I don't know if I'll like it. But I'm gonna try it whenever, since I have like 100 books I have on my to be read whenever you have time. Since you have like 100 books on your to be read, yeah, I don't have a real to be read pile. Yeah, Genesis just 100. Just 100. Hmm. So, oh, I just realized. Okay, Bigfoot just switched to YouTube. Okay, now you're on YouTube. It dawned on me at first. I'm like, what are you doing? And then I just realized that's YouTube. Okay, so that's YouTube. Okay, so you're off of Twitch now, and you're on YouTube. So you're back and forth. Gotcha now. Yeah. Oops. Jenna says, I think I'm well above these days. Bigfoot says, hey, from YouTube. Jenna says, hi, Bigfoot. Now they can see you because they can't see you unless I put it up on the screen. They can't see Twitch unless I put it up here. Bigfoot says, I'm every. And then he switched to here and said, where? And yeah, I get people do that a few times. Chipper says, yeah, I try not to go over it because I want to read them and try to be realistic, but life happens. There's too many books out there. Chipper says, hey, Bia. Bigfoot stomping back and forth between the two. Well, on YouTube, everybody can see you. On Twitch, they don't see you unless they put you up on the screen. Bigfoot says, I'm more of a Twitch guy. And I'm just new to Twitch, and I'm not really comfortable with Twitch. I have this streaming to both YouTube and Twitch right now. So Twitch is not my favorite thing. Trying to get used to it. Most of my friends have all switched to Twitch. So it's kind of like I don't want to be left out of the crowd. So I kind of started doing both. So yeah. I don't know if anybody. Yeah, there's not even anybody on. None of my friends are streaming on Twitch right now. We didn't get raided this time. Sometimes they raid, but this time they didn't raid. Maybe they went somewhere else. I don't know. Sugar says, so guys, yes, Missy, I think I'm going to pull an all-nighter. Bigfoot says, for just live streaming, Twitch has a lot of advantages, but you're used to what you're used to. Well, that's it. I'm used to YouTube, and it's really, really a difficult thing, transition to Twitch. I'm really not familiar with Twitch, and I have a lot of friends still on YouTube. So for me, I keep it as a dual thing, so I can do Twitch and I can do my YouTube. Jenna says, how long is the flight for you, gibberish? Oh yeah, that's right. Are you staying at your uncle's house tonight? Twitch pays better. I'm aware of that. That's why everybody's going there. I understand the reason why everybody's going there. I personally am not looking to monetize. So for me, it's not that. And I'm happier on YouTube. So if it got to the point where I became an affiliate and they really gave me a lot of hassle, YouTube would win over Twitch for me. I just, am streaming both because I can. And right now I'm not planning on monetizing. I'm not looking for money. So it doesn't matter to me. But that's why all of my friends are going to Twitch because it pays better. But I'm not happy there. So yeah, shush. Don't worry, the secret's out already. They already know. Believe me. That's why they've been hightailing it over there quickly. I mean, even the new people coming in are learning right away. Twitch is where you want to be. Twitch is where you want to be. So, Chipper says almost 3 hours, and oh my God, about that. So my uncle asked my mom if I can sleep over with my cousin, and my mom said no, and I'm mad because I wanted to sleep over, but whatever, I guess. Now, why would she say no? I mean, honestly, what's the harm? And if you're going with them, it makes more sense for you to be there. Jen just says, try to sleep on the plane if you can. I used to get so sick on the plane. I had to take Dramamine and stuff to keep from not getting violently ill on the plane. I guess you'll be sleeping over on your trip, though. Yeah, if your parents aren't going to be there and you're there with your uncle. Yeah, I definitely will, Joker says. Like Wednesdays and Fridays, you'll see me on Twitch, usually on one of my friends' channels. Because as long as you use StreamYard, you can have co-hosts on there. So they stream through StreamYard, and so I'm one of the co-hosts usually Wednesday and Friday nights. I have my own stream on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays. I used to stream every night of the week for all night long, and my entire life was this stream, and I had to stop doing that. Jenna says you'll have a great time with them. Yep. I wish I were going. Lucky you. Jibber said I ordered my textbooks Friday. Yeah, it kind of upset because for one class they required 2 books. Oh, wow. Books are expensive for school. Gee, the textbooks are something else. I went to a technical school, and at the end we were told we could come back for one class free, but we had to buy all the books. Well, the books were the expensive part. Class didn't cost as much as the books cost. Jeez. And we hardly touch the books. I mean, you get them and then you don't do much with them. Speaking of books, I'm going to request one from the library for when I come back. There you go. I haven't been to a library since the pandemic. I know it's opening up again they're open for whatever, but they're starting to reopen for meetings and stuff, and that's where our writing group used to meet. But I'm not sure I'm going to drag myself. I have enough trouble walking now. On my foot's not getting better. And I'm not sure I'm going to be dragging myself. Besides it's on Wednesdays, and Wednesdays are my night with Charlie, and I just don't know. Dragging myself out when I felt better was one thing. Dragging myself out now, plus I don't have any air conditioning in my car. It's too darn hot. So September, they're supposed to start in-person meetings again for the group. I said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. I can barely get around now. They said, well, we could still do it, if they have to. Like if somebody has a laptop with them, they can do it that way, and I could just be there that way. But I haven't felt like writing. When we always get a prompt. And the one thing I hate about it is, now we get a little bit of time, but what they do, unless they change it, because I told them, one of the things I hated about this, giving me a prompt and giving me 10 minutes and telling me to go write now. It doesn't work that way. I need to savor the prompt before I can write something. I can't just blurt something out in 10 minutes. So unless he decides to, keep giving us a couple days. And of course, we're supposed to take something we're working on to read, and that's to be short. And they help critique it, and, I kind of got past being really interested in that. I was for a while. But then again, part of it's because I'm just feeling so depressed right now. I don't care. I don't want to write. So the next one, they might have a full get together. But like I said, my ankle's getting worse. And now it's like my ankle. I broke the foot, but the ankle is bothering me more. These exercises are having me doing are working the ankle, and they're really hurting. So I'm actually getting worse rather than better. Now almost an hour overtime. We all kind of came to a standstill. Uh, Nobody's saying anything right now. Yeah, yeah, you got a point. What is there to say? We done said it all. Yes. What is there to say? It's 11 o'clock where Jen's at. 2 o'clock where I'm at. That's what I'm saying. We're already an hour over. We were busy talking. I can't think of anything else to say. I kind of ran into a whatever you want to call it. I ran into a standstill. It's just like my brain just doesn't have anything else to say. And the last time you were counting down to M. Yeah, I was counting down to the end, and then all of a sudden we got involved talking about something. Time went past. I just was talking. And now I'm getting tired. And I have a couple things I need to do before I go to bed. I have to decide what I'm doing tomorrow. Hunky said he was thinking about setting up a stream. I have to decide whether I want to get up early and see about getting on, or at least watching it. She's supposed to advertise our websites on there. Normally I can keep on talking and talking and talking, but it's like I kind of hit a plateau where my mouth just doesn't know what to say. My brain isn't functioning, I think. Gibberish is going to make some coffee soon. You said you were going to try to stay up all night? And it says, I guess I'm tired. I'll finish this new movie maybe and head to bed. I'll see you tomorrow, Tessa. Yeah, I'm kind of, if you haven't noticed, I'm kind of like dead. I haven't said much. I don't know what to say. It's like, yeah, I agree. Have a great time, gibberish. Really jealous. Hope you have great weather too, so you don't have to spend the whole time in a raincoat. That kind of takes some of the fun out of it when it's pouring rain the whole time, like it did when we were there. Get in out of the rain for a little while, and the next thing you know, you're back out there again. You know, your raincoat's dripping rain everywhere. Oh, what a mess that was. Chipper says, honestly, this was nice talking. You guys are my therapy. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it and that we're helping. Have a great time. Wish I was going to be there. But right now, I'm in so much pain, I wouldn't enjoy it much anyhow. So, all right, guys. It's now literally 5 hours, and it's supposed to be 4 hours. So, I am going to end the broadcast, and I'll see you tomorrow. Jenna, gibberish, I'm sure we won't be seeing for a while. Have a great time, girl. Bye bye.